Okay, and we are live. It appears I was actually streaming a little bit before this, but due to some technical issues, I was not live. But go ahead and give you guys a rundown. We've just got a tornado watch issued with this severe weather outbreak, which is likely to be occurring any moment here. Okay, and we are live. All right, so this is Malcolm here from Majestic Skies, and I am going to be covering the severe weather outbreak, which is now ongoing in the Midwestern United States. I actually already saw a tornado warning with this storm here just a few minutes ago. It's just expired, but still seeing substantial velocity in this storm. So definitely some rotation in this. And I did have a tornado warning just a few minutes ago. That's just to the southwest of Pittsburgh. I was covering that, but it appears due to a technical issue, we were not quite live broadcasting that. So from here, I will just be looking and seeing just to make sure this is working. But I will be covering this event, which is ongoing in the Midwestern United States. Okay, it looks like we are live now. Okay, we are live. Good. All right, so now it is working. I was actually streaming maybe 20 minutes before that, so that was a bit of a waste, but that's okay. We're going to pick up where we left off here. So this storm here just had a tornado warning. We have a confirmed tornado which occurred in Iowa already with this. So what I'll do now, since this storm no longer has a tornado warning, so we'll be watching that closely. That's in Pennsylvania, just to the southwest of Pittsburgh. But we'll go ahead and switch back to some of the other forecasting tools that I use, and we can look over this and give you guys an idea of what to expect with these dangerous storms today. So first thing we're going to go ahead and do is go onto the Storm Prediction Center main page here. We're already starting to see tornado watches being issued. Now this is for today, so moderate risk of severe thunderstorms, a high likelihood of tornadoes and possibly strong to violent tornadoes in north central Illinois. Go ahead to the tornado risk map here. We'll show that in this hatched area, mostly around Illinois, but also into Iowa and Missouri, that's the highest potential for the most violent tornadoes today. And you can see we do have still a large area around that's still in the risk area for potential tornadoes today. We've already seen, obviously, that tornado warning. We're very far on the outskirts of that, around Pittsburgh. So certainly anywhere in this area, massive area of the United States, of course, in the Midwest, that needs to be on alert for severe weather today. So now if we go ahead and have a look at some of the watches that have been issued. You can see this tornado watch was just issued for Illinois, which is the most serious one, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. We also have a tornado watch down in Arkansas as well. So certainly going to be some widespread storms today. Okay, now you can see this is actually being listed as a particularly dangerous situation for the tornado watch. You can see likelihood of tornadoes is actually high, and unfortunately likelihood of EF2 plus tornadoes, which are of course the most damaging once they get to the EF3, EF4 range. We start to see the most substantial damage and potential loss of life. So fortunately, amid the coronavirus news, it's important to still be very aware of the weather around you, especially today in the Midwestern states. Primary threats include several tornadoes, including a few intense tornadoes likely. Obviously, mostly, like I said, that's going to be mostly in Illinois, central and northern parts of Illinois. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events. And of course, let's not underestimate the potential for extremely damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour or even above, of course. All right, so that's what the Storm Prediction Center indicates at this time. The enhanced risk has also been, basically spread out further. So the likelihood of a tornado outbreak is quite high at this point. I've already seen one confirmed tornado with this system. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the storm reports. Like I said, we got that one tornado report in Iowa, confirmed tornado rather. Just looking at the current warnings to make sure I'm not missing coverage if needed, but no tornado warnings at this time, which is good. But that storm, I was just going to say, it didn't really have much of a Hokkaku at all on radar. The only reason that was confirmed was due to law enforcement confirming it. So that's the thing to consider. Just because some of these storms don't show the most telltale signs of a tornado does not mean that it doesn't have the potential. So still need to be taking these storms seriously, with or without tornado warnings. All right, so if we go ahead and check out some of our other tools here, we will be using this. Now this is a live feed. Whatever storm chasers are live streaming on, that are connected to this site. So we will definitely be using that and going to some of these live views. So we got a couple people live already in Illinois, but still a little too early in that event to be switching over to those views. So we have here one severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois, but it's still early in the outbreak for central and northern Illinois. So still something we're going to be watching closely though. All right, so if we go ahead and go to some of the forecasting tools, which I personally use, this will give us a general idea of what's occurring right now in Illinois and why we're warning about such a high likelihood of tornadoes today through tonight. So if we go ahead and look at first product, which will be just general temperature, you can see that we have a lot of humidity kind of building in Illinois and obviously further to the south, but even over into Ohio and Pennsylvania, we're seeing pretty high humidity values. Seeing temperatures up in the 70s in some of these areas. But as these storms move through and develop along this cold front, we're seeing these temperatures just plunge. So going from the 70s in central Illinois right down to the 50s and possibly even into the 40s overnight. This is a very robust cold front moving through. It's going to be bringing a significant shift in weather, and because of that, unfortunately, all the ingredients are there to potentially produce some violent tornadoes. So now we're going to go ahead and switch over to compositive reflectivity predictions here. This is going to be predicting where storms are going to be developing right here in the next few hours, if not less. We're seeing very strong storms forming in north central Illinois, which would be the most concerning, of course. They are going to be isolated, so that's the one thing to keep in mind. But you actually see a cyclone here in this area. I'll go ahead and play the loop speed down here. I'll speed it up a little bit. So here you can actually see that this cyclone is causing a lot of wind shear as it's moving through and just creating a lot of turbulence in the atmosphere. See, it is going to be a fairly short-lived event. You might see a little bit more convection developing, due to this cyclone, but for the next few hours is what we're watching the most closely here. Keep in mind, the composite reflectivity isn't always the most accurate, but certainly any storms that develop in this environment are going to be most favorable. Go ahead and pull a sounding here. You can see that area we're seeing the risk of potentially very strong tornadoes in that area. Here you can see this sound is indicating the potential for EF3 to EF4 tornadoes, so definitely not to be taken lightly today. Other than that, we'll go and show a few more severe weather parameters here. This is the supercell composite. This is showing the potential for supercells over the next few hours. Here we're starting to see fairly high values. It's actually a little bit lower than it was in other previous runs of this, so hopefully this doesn't end up being quite as detrimental of an event. But still, right there we're seeing potential for some strong tornadoes. You can see it's covering a pretty vast area too, this supercell composite. So some of these previous runs, though, we were just seeing insane values. We'll go to the significant tornado parameter. So this is where we're going to be watching for the most potentially dangerous tornadoes, and these are the values that are really quite concerning. Because here, in these areas of central Illinois, which are still quite populated, Peoria, Springfield, Illinois, Champaign, Illinois, are all in this area, which are showing the potential for some very strong tornadoes. So it depends heavily where storms will be forming, but certainly any storms that form in this area, there's going to be the risk of potentially some very strong tornadoes. You can see that thankfully that risk does diminish through the night, and that's basically the scale of event we're looking at. Alright, so let's go back to radar now and we'll see what's developing at this time. Just going to check on the stream here briefly. Okay, and I'm back. Alright, so I'm just going to have to restart my streaming software here for the radar, just because we had a bit of a glitch going on with that. So I actually don't want to do that. I just want to close this application. Alright, using the emulator for this to be able to get this live stream. So there we go. Got rid of that annoying warning that wouldn't go away. I'm doing all this by myself, so there will be a little bit of glitches here and there, but I will try my best to keep this as consistent as possible. So we are starting to see some storm initiation within Illinois, which is quite concerning. Which is storm around Indianapolis is very, very dangerous as well. Could be seeing some very strong wind gusts with that, so we might have to look at that in just a moment here. Just want to zoom out and give a full scale view of what's going on in Illinois and Indiana at the moment. Okay, that should be good for now. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out this severe thunderstorm watch for just north of Indianapolis around Fishers, heading straight for Westfield, just to see what sort of wind speeds there are to be expected with this, because this could definitely be doing some wind damage. Let me go ahead and hide my face here. There we go. Okay, so quarter size hail with this storm. Damage to vehicles expected due to hail. Winds could be in excess of 50 miles per hour at this time, so that's damaging winds. Certainly if you're in a mobile home, that's going to be very, very damaging. So any kind of more less protected structures, you're going to definitely be at risk for some damage with this. So definitely be getting into your safe place if you're in the path of this storm, which is quite damaging, quite concerning. It is moving through a relatively higher populated area. Now we'll go ahead and switch over to the velocity for this. And just checking for the potential rotation of the storm. We'll go ahead and play through and see if we see any clear rotation developing with this. First, if I'm looking at that right now, I would be saying that's definitely broad rotation in this supercell. But it does look like if it gets more reorganized and right in here, we're seeing a bit of rotation. But definitely not a super well organized storm at this point. But some of these more outer portions of the storm get ingested into the main storm structure, we could definitely start to see some tornado risk with this one moving forward. And obviously, the wind damage is still very substantial, so definitely quite a powerful storm in that area. Let's go ahead and zoom out again. Apologize for the slow speed of zooming in this emulator I'm using. But good thing about this is the radar is very high resolution in this application, so that's the reason it's running slow, but it's okay. It's worth it. Now what we're going to see, we're just going to be switching radar sites and showing what's going on in Illinois right now. Because of course, that's the area that we're most concerned about, and we are starting to see some storm initiation in central Illinois. So what we're going to do is just play this through and kind of outline some potential risk areas here as this first sort of line of storms is moving through. So starting to run right now, starting the radar loop right now. Yeah, it's only playing like 2. It's not really very helpful. Okay, let's go ahead and go into the settings of this here and see if I can get a longer run than that. Let's see. Pretty sure I can do a bit of a longer loop than that. Let's see here. I wonder if I can log in using my own account on this. I haven't tried that yet. It's possible. That's okay. We won't be able to do very long loops though at this time, unfortunately. I actually have the full pro version of this app, but I would need to be using like an Android device to be able to get that going. But these storms here that are developing in Illinois are obviously most concerning. Really, anywhere in this area, this line developing is quite concerning. So let's see if we have any live streams from Storm Chaser, so we can see what we're looking at on the ground. Let's see if we have one that we can switch to here. Okay, we have one. Yeah, we got quite a few in Illinois at this time. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and switch to one of these Storm Chaser feeds here. Which are going to be quite useful to be able to pull from. All right. So we'll go ahead. You can see this storm chaser here in Industry, Illinois, which is just to the southwest of Peoria. Not much to see in that at the moment. Looks like it's just outside of the car waiting for storms to develop. We had another one, and yeah, we have this gentleman here, Ryan Pitt. Oh no, sorry, Brett Adair, Industry, Illinois. So let's see. See, it's still very early in the event. We're not seeing you know, very great visibility with this. That's the other thing to keep in mind is some of these might be very high precipitation, very rain wrapped, and there might be pretty poor visibility with these. But we will definitely have these streams we'll be able to pull from as this event starts to kick into high gear. Most of them are probably going to be in Illinois because that's the highest risk area at this time. But some of the straggler storms we'll try to see if we can get streams for as well. But you know, it's definitely quite beneficial to be able to see what's going on at this time. I actually live in Canada myself, in Ottawa, so due to the coronavirus, I was completely had no chance of chasing this event whatsoever. You know, it would have been inconvenient for me anyway, since this is very early in storm season. But you know, I could have theoretically made it down across the border in time for this event, it being a weekend and everything, to be able to chase personally. But due to the coronavirus, obviously, you know, no non-essential travel is allowed, and yeah, definitely wasn't an outbreak that I was able to chase for. But it's great to see these people out right now, giving us some, you know, giving us a live view of what's going on the ground. Very beneficial. So we're very grateful to have these to pull from. And that will kind of switch back to radar. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be right back to continue the stream as things evolve. We are okay. We are back. All right. So I don't know if you guys have been watching on the stream, but this storm just to the north of Indianapolis has organized quite a bit, which is a little bit concerning, obviously due to the higher populations in this area. Storm initiation is taking a little bit longer in Illinois than initially predicted. I'm seeing some chasers already calling this a bust, which I don't think is true at this time. It's still just too early in this event to know, but well, we're not seeing a ton of rotation in this, thankfully, so tornado does appear unlikely at this time, but go back to the reflectivity, we are seeing a hook echo developing, which is a telltale sign this is quite an organized storm. So we start to see some more substantial rotation in this area of the storm. The potential is definitely there for this to produce. Not seeing giant hail in that, but certainly we're starting to see some pockets of larger hail than this storm as well. This is the one I would say is probably the most dangerous at this point. It doesn't appear we have any tornado warnings at this time, which is good. We'll see though. See, the potential is still there for a few tornadoes, especially in Illinois, depending where storm initiation occurs. But this storm is definitely one to watch closely. So this is what I would probably say is the most dangerous storm at this time. But there is a lot of storms we're watching here, so obviously the situation is changing by the minute here. Go ahead and zoom out here and we can see what other storms that we need to be watching closely today. Apologize, this zoom function, this is just not the most accurate, but I want to zoom out a fair distance here just to get a general idea of what the current situation is. So we can see these storms are quite isolated. We're not seeing any storms in this area or these areas back before that cold front. But you can see the storms that are developing in these isolated atmospheres, environments are definitely getting quite organized. That's the concern. Let's go ahead and switch back over to Illinois now and see what's going on over there. So obviously that's what we're most concerned about. You can see that we have a line developing from Juliet all the way down to into Missouri, from Juliet, Illinois, Chicago down into Missouri. That's the line we're watching for the potential for severe weather, but at this time, not really too much going on. We'll just have to watch these storms closely and see if they become severe and organize into supercells. But this time, it's just widespread rain. I'm sure there's lots of lightning occurring with these, but definitely not overly organized. Let's go further south and see what's going on here into Arkansas. So we do see a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in Arkansas. These could certainly be dangerous storms. Yes, we're seeing this is a pretty strong cluster of storms here around Jonesboro. Mostly just widespread wind damage I'd be expecting with a storm like this. That's just a big ball of rain and hail and lightning, of course. Let's go ahead and pull up the velocities. Yeah, we're not seeing really much rotation. Might be the tiniest bits kind of in the back, but the rotation isn't the most accurate, especially when it's not taking into account the storm motion, which this product does do. But as you can see, there's not a ton of rotation in that at this time, which is good. It doesn't have much tornado risk at this moment, but still, the wind damage associated with this storm could be substantial. Go ahead and go down a little bit here. Could be up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, which obviously can be very damaging. So that is one to be taken seriously for sure. But at this time, thankfully, tornado risk is quite low with that particular storm. Let's go zoom out again. Let's go a little bit further into the eastern states and see what's going on over there. So you have those very strong storms in Indiana, which we're keeping a close eye on, but Yeah, see, we had a cluster of storms here around Pittsburgh that were. One of these had a tornado warning a little bit earlier, so let's go check in on these ones and see what's going on with these storms. Yeah, these are strong storms. Main risk for these at this time is just the flooding, as you can see from this massive area of flash flood warnings. Every green box, that's flash flood warnings. So significant rainfall is occurring with these. Tornado risk is pretty low on these right now, so that's good news there. But we'll still check the velocities just to see what's going on. There's a little bit of maybe minor rotation within these cells. We're definitely seeing some very strong wind speeds in the southern cells. Let's see what we're. Oh, it doesn't let me see that. All right, no problem. I can check that on my phone if I need to, but yeah, we'll do that right now. Actually, let's see what the kind of wind speeds we're looking at in that storm just to the south of Pittsburgh. Let us see. Event certainly has been very unpredictable though so far. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it's showing 50-mile-per-hour winds south of Pittsburgh. So most of those red areas, that's excess of 50 miles per hour, so 40 to 50, the high end. So we're definitely seeing some substantial wind occurring with these storms here. So that would be kind of in these areas here. We're seeing definitely the potential for some significant wind damage with that. So that cluster there. So certainly these storms are still to be taken seriously. Certainly wouldn't be want to be out driving in those conditions. If you're just trying to go about your daily business, certainly would be time to probably go home and wait for these dangerous storms to pass, especially with the potential for flooding. Definitely do not drive through flooded roads. So if you aren't sure of the depth of flood water, never drive through it. It's just not worth the risk. So many people die from flooding. Probably 10 times what 10 times as many people die from tornadoes die from flooding. So it's not to be taken lightly. And I think we all don't take flooding quite seriously enough. So Pittsburgh certainly is getting hammered pretty hard right now. For now, like I said, there's not really much to see in Illinois. That's where we're watching most closely for the potential for strong tornadoes. But the storm just to the north of Indianapolis right now is probably the most dangerous at this time. So I'm going to leave it on this one, and we'll kind of just take a little break here, and I'll come back as things are developing. Or we'll leave it on this screen. Perhaps I'll split the screen. No, it's not going to let me do that. But we'll keep a close eye on this one. One thing I'm going to say right now is we're seeing a lot larger hail in that now. Those really dark purples on radar there, that's some large hail occurring with that. Could be tennis ball size, maybe. It's hard to say, but it's definitely large hail in that. Once again, that's just to the north of Indianapolis, around Fishers right now, and Noblesville, and that's going to be moving towards Anderson, Indiana. So, state of Indiana is definitely getting hit pretty hard right now. But of course, like I said, we're watching closely to see what develops in central Illinois through the next hour or so. So sorry, my microphone was off there. I was just saying we do have a tornado warning which has just been issued in Arkansas. So this tornado warning has just been issued. You can see it does have tight rotation there. So right now I'm just checking to see if I can get a stream from any live streamers here. So let's go ahead and see. Thought I saw Reed Timmer was in that area at this time. Don't believe Reed's in. I believe he's in Illinois, so we can cross that one off for now. See if I can get this one saved here. This Reed will probably be getting into the heart of this here, but we'll get back to the storm in just a moment here. Apologize. Obviously, this is one that could definitely be producing a tornado right now. Okay. All right, we're going back here. My apologies. Let's zoom in on this storm here a little bit so you can see this is the area we're watching. This is the reason we have a tornado warning here. We do see tight rotation in that area right there, which should definitely be producing a tornado. What we're going to check now is just see if this has been confirmed or not. See, it doesn't look like much on the reflectivity, which is why, of course, the Doppler radar is so critical in these times. Okay, so it hasn't been confirmed, but that is not looking good on radar, I will be honest. I believe it's going through a mostly rural area at this time, but obviously there are still some areas at risk. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on this. Okay, so it's moving northeast. So direct areas ahead of this, obviously following the path, are going to be leading all the way up to Jonesboro. So if you're in any of these smaller towns and cities to the southwest of Jonesboro, you definitely need to be keeping a close eye on the weather and definitely be ready to get into your safe place. Really, if you're anywhere kind of in, let's cut off that area. Anywhere in this area should definitely be considering taking their tornado precautions at this time, because as I just shown you guys, we do have very tight rotation in this. I'm going to see if we can get any sort of live stream, because that could be producing right now. I'll go ahead and switch over to my phone here to give you guys what the wind speeds are at this time with this dangerous storm, which could definitely be producing right now. It's right over Weldon, Arkansas, so they could be getting hit by a tornado right now, unfortunately. Minus 60 miles per hour one direction and 12 in the other, so certainly not the most incredible wind speeds I've seen, but that tight rotation is what we definitely never want to see. That's indicating that there could be a tornado ongoing right now with this storm. So hopefully these areas are already in their tornado safe areas, but this could definitely be a tornado occurring right now with this storm system. Sorry, my head's blocking this here. I'll go ahead and switch this over to the other side. So yeah, right here in this area, right over Weldon, we have a potential tornado occurring right now at this time. Just going to go back here and see if I have any storm chasers in that area I can pull from. Doesn't appear. I'm just going to go on Twitter here and see what, if you have any recent updates here. Okay, we don't have any way to visually see what's going on the ground, so if you're in these areas, consider it confirmed that there's a tornado, because there's no way, depending on the state of the storm, it could be very rain wrapped. There's no way to know with certainty if there's a tornado in there or not. So certainly is to be expected that there is one. Just due to that. Let's go ahead and zoom out and look at some of these other storms. Hopefully this one ends up weakening and not re-intensifying, but Jonesboro, Tennessee definitely needs to be on on high alert for these storms moving through the area. I'm sorry, I think that's still in Arkansas. Sometimes it's hard to tell where the borderlines are in that area. I'm just not familiar with that city. Yeah, that's still Arkansas. My apologies. Okay, let's see what other warnings we have here. Okay, we do have a tornado warning that's just been issued in Iowa, so we'll go ahead and switch back to that. I think we may have a chaser on this actually. I think I saw one in Des Moines, so let's have a look and see if we have a live feed of this one here. So I believe this has just been issued. Get these storm tracks off. Okay, so as you can see, things are progressing quite quickly here. We have scattered tornado warnings occurring across the country now this time. Let's see here, I thought I had one around Des Moines. Okay, no, I don't have one in Des Moines. We do have a few chasers in central Illinois now waiting for these storms to develop. But I don't have anyone I can pull for this storm, so we'll just stick to the radar for now. But Iowa has already had one confirmed tornado, so certainly the potential's here for this storm to be producing as well. It's moving towards Baxter, Iowa, and then off to the northeast towards Marshalltown. So if you're in the path of the storm, definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions. Let's go ahead and see if this is confirmed or not. Okay. Okay, it has not been confirmed. But although weather spotters apparently did report a wall cloud developing, so if you're not familiar with wall clouds, that's typically the predecessor to tornado development. So if you start to see a wall cloud rotating underneath a supercell, which is definitely an isolated supercell, that's when you're going to start to see tornadoes occurring. Still not substantial rotation in that, but given the history we've already seen in Iowa, that tornado that occurred with that storm that had really no clear rotation showing up on the radar, it is still possible to be occurring with that storm. I do see that another tornado watch has just been issued for southern Illinois, so we got a pretty large area. I see another tornado report here. Let's go ahead and see that tornado report. I think that's from the same storms earlier. I'm just checking here on the Storm Prediction Center. Yes, that's from the same storm. All right, so just wanted to check and see if this one was confirmed, but it's not appear this is quite confirmed at this time. All right, so we're going to be watching this storm closely. What I'm going to do, since hail is not really the main risk with this storm, I'm going to switch over to the velocities and keep a close eye on this one and watch for stronger velocities, which would indicate this does have a strong tornado on the ground. So keep a close eye on this one. We'll quickly go back to the one in Arkansas here just to keep an eye on this one. Okay, so that one still has quite substantial rotation. So unfortunately, it's still to be expected. This storm does have a tornado in Arkansas. So if you're in these towns, you have strong rotation developing in this area, which does indicate the potential for a tornado at this time. So tornado could be occurring right now at this very moment with this storm here. We'll switch back to the storm in Iowa and just keep a close eye on both of these cells for now. Doesn't look very impressive on radar, but as we've seen today, that doesn't always indicate that there's no tornado risk. So it could still be producing right now in this area as well. Okay, I apologize. I am back now. So it appears we have an extension of that tornado warning in Arkansas, once again indicating this is probably the most likely to have a tornado right now. It's just loading up here. It's a new location. And you can see these are the affected areas here. We're just going to see in a moment here what sort of values we're looking at for the velocities on this. Should be switching here. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that's not looking good. All right, so that's pretty much a radar confirmed tornado. Let's see if it's actually been confirmed by spotters at this time. But this one is very likely to have a tornado right now. Okay, so there's nobody that's spotted it. However, this is radar confirmed, guys. What that means is the rotation is strong enough within this on radar that they can decipher that there is a tornado ongoing. So likely ongoing tornado with this storm here that we've been watching. It's gotten substantially stronger since we started watching it. Armagon should definitely be in their safety places. We're looking at the tornado right here just south of Amagon, sorry. And that's let's get a track on this and see what direction it's moving in. I believe it's moving northeast at this time, so Wiener, Arkansas needs to be on high alert, and even Waldenburg, if this takes more of a southward trajectory, would definitely be at risk for this likely tornado ongoing right now. Once again, this is radar confirmed. Fortunately, this is going towards Jonesboro, which is a more populated area. So if you're in Jonesboro, be on high alert. The storm is moving towards you. Let me check and see what the population is of Jonesboro. This could be very bad if this storm doesn't weaken before it reaches there. This is a very powerful storm. Still a bit of a distance away though, so only time will tell. Okay, 67,000, so definitely some higher populations at risk if it moves towards that area. Once again, radar confirmed, so don't believe this has been actually spotted on the ground. We'll certainly check on Twitter right now and see if we have any sort of confirmation on that. But you can see it is likely probably rain wrapped, so visibility on this storm is not going to be the greatest. But could definitely have a tornado on the ground right now. In fact, it's probably likely it does. Let's go ahead and see on Twitter and see if we have anything to be seen here. If you're in the Jonesboro area, once again, this is radar confirmed for the tornado. That means is the wind speeds are so tight and so strong that they're considering this a confirmed tornado at this time. And certainly you should be definitely getting into your tornado safe place if you're in the Jonesboro area. And in the coming minutes here, we've seen the rotation get substantially stronger in this storm since we started watching it. And we're mainly going to just be watching the velocities this time. We're seeing in the most recent scan a little bit of weakening, but still I'm going to check what the most recent scan indicates for wind speeds. Just be one moment while I look into that. Definitely a violent storm. No, I'd still say that's substantial. Possible, I mean, just from what radar is indicating, it's up to 70 miles an hour just on the radar, which is extremely strong. It doesn't really indicate the speeds that you'd be getting inside of the tornado itself, so definitely not to be taken lightly. This storm could be producing right now. Just going to see if I have a good radar site I'm pulling from here, because we might not be getting the most accurate values. Just going to be sorting that out right now. This is definitely the strongest storm we've seen so far today. It's probably an okay. Thought there'd be one a little bit closer though. Let's just see here. The radar sites that we can pull from. A little bit more accurate. I'll try pulling from this one actually. Be slightly closer. No, that one's not giving us accurate information. That gives us enough of a zoom out to be able to see. Yeah, it's definitely the best radar site we're using at the moment. Once again, this storm still has the potential to very likely have a tornado on the ground right now, moving towards the Jonesboro area. So if you're in that city, now is the time to basically make your plans for getting to a safe place. So very likely tornado. We'll keep a close eye on this and see how it develops from here, and see if we get any videos. I'll check right now. Actually, if we have anyone on this storm. Most of them are still up in Illinois because that's where we're watching for the most potentially damaging tornadoes. Still have that tornado warning in Iowa, but see if I can get some information on that one, and we'll switch back to it if it's confirmed at this time. It's not confirmed. Stay with this one since this one has the strongest rotation for now, but certainly if you're in the path of that storm in Iowa, definitely be taking your tornado precautions as well. This is the one that we're most concerned about, of course, at this time. So we're all hoping that this weakens as it moves towards the more populated areas here around Jonesboro. But certainly Jonesboro should be on high alert right now, and everyone in the Jonesboro area should be prepared for a potential tornado moving towards you. Once again, I'm just going to be shutting off the webcam here and taking a short break. We'll be keeping a very close eye on this storm, of course, as this is definitely the strongest storm which we've seen so far today. So this one likely does have a tornado ongoing. I just want to definitely stress that it's likely a tornado right now with this storm. Okay, so we're going to leave this storm for now. The rotation seems like it's been a little bit disrupted at this time. Still, if you're in the path of this storm, very likely did produce a tornado. Could still be ongoing, so certainly still give it the benefit of the doubt. But there is a storm that is rapidly developing in Illinois, which we want to go over and take a close look at. So let's go ahead and switch over to that one. I believe it's this one here. Be wrong about that. Yes, okay, this is the storm that we want to be watching very closely, just due to the environment being very conducive for tornadoes developing in this area. This is an area I've chased personally quite a bit myself, and I actually chased a tornado which occurred between Elmwood and then ended up doing some damage in East Peoria. So certainly an area that's very familiar with tornadoes. Or actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I think it was in Pekin. So I think it was moving southeast, and it tracked it from Elmwood down towards Pekin. So it's an area that's very used to experiencing tornadoes, and this is one we want to be watching very closely. You can see some larger hail showing up, and we'll be doing some damage. And I believe we do have some chasers on the ground on this one as well, so we'll be able to switch over. Not really any rotation developing yet, which is good. Let's go ahead and see what it's looking like on the ground with this storm. Let's get this, make sure I have this opened up here, and I'll switch over in just a moment here. Okay, I believe we have one storm chaser on this system. I believe this is in Carthage, Illinois. I believe it's fairly close to this. Let's be checking in a moment here. Carthage, sorry. I don't think it's on this specific storm. No, it's not. Yeah, it's this area here. Either way, we'll go over to this view here, these cells developing here, which could be getting severe anytime. It's certainly an area that's we're going to be watching closely despite the current kind of lull that's occurring with that area. But still early in this event. Of course, this could definitely change, so go ahead and switch. So this is the view we're having of that southern storm. Maybe I'll switch back here. There we go. This is in Carthage, Illinois. It's on the south side. Carthage, sorry. Excuse me. It's on the south side of where this these storms are developing. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning and connected with this system to the north, but has not gone severe yet in this area. But as you can see, there is convection developing in that area. So as those storms start to develop, of course, they could rapidly start to have higher tornado risk. So definitely want to be watching this area closely. Also have another storm chaser around Macomb, so perhaps we'll go check out his feed. Doesn't appear to be any chasers on that particular storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning. Currently just in position waiting for things to develop. Now we do have one gentleman in Baxter, Iowa. Let's see if he's on that tornado warning storm. Because if he is, he may actually have a Baxter. Okay, yeah, so he is on this tornado warning storm in Iowa. So we'll go ahead and switch over to him. That stream I think just went up, and switch over to that. So this gentleman is chasing a tornado warning storm at this time in Iowa. Let's go ahead and go back to that storm and see what's occurring at this time. So honestly, the storm's not looking super organized, so I'll certainly keep with this stream here, but yeah, I wouldn't expect a tornado with this storm. But either way, this is still a tornado warning. I believe it's going to expire with this system, but I just noticed him streaming there, so I figured we would go over just in case. But storm is looking a little disorganized, but keep in mind, in Iowa we had maybe just losing connection due to the network, road network in that area, the cellular network. Go ahead and go back to the Storm Prediction Center and just see if that was confirmed at all. No, so no tornado report from that storm. We just had a quick look at, but oh well, they did actually just extend that tornado warning. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to them then. Surprised they extended that. Perhaps it's been reported. Go ahead and go back to them. Hopefully the stream will come back in a moment here. But this does still have a tornado warning, which was just extended. It reported apparently a rotating wall cloud with this small storm, so surprising. This gentleman is right on this storm though, so let's see. I think it might be off to the right here under that. It's really hard to tell with this video exactly where he is, but either way, we will stay up to date with his stream. And I keep a close eye on this, so this could definitely have a tornado right now at this time. So this is a stream we'll be watching for now. See if we have anything else to pull from. And we got one gentleman in Avon, Illinois. I'm going to quickly switch over to him and see what's going on over in Illinois, but we'll likely switch back just a moment. Don't believe. Well, he might be on that severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. Which, yeah, he's pretty much in the most at-risk area in Illinois at this time. So go ahead and make this full screen. But once again, we do have that other streamer we'll be keeping an eye on in Iowa that is chasing a tornado warned storm. You can see the direction he's driving. You really can't see the storm itself, but I'm guessing it's probably off to his off on the left side of the screen. But yeah, we'll switch from this. There's not too much to see over here for this for the time being. So go ahead and switch back to this gentleman that's chasing around Melbourne, Iowa. So he's trying to get a view of this this wall cloud in this storm that has a tornado warning in Iowa. It's not the clearest picture you can see, but still the potential's there. Yeah. There you can start to see the wall cloud there in his stream, so he's certainly right up in this, it looks like. It's apparently around Melbourne, so I'll show you guys where that is exactly. Storms are moving quickly away from them though, so let's go ahead and go back to the radar since we're having some issues with his stream at this time. Alright, so this is the system that we just saw there. So he's right here, he's in Melbourne, and tornado warning is these cells just over here due to apparently a rotating wall cloud being reported, but you know, here actually we're seeing a little bit of rotation in this area here. So potentially just to his north there could be a possibility for a tornado development. You know, it's just a little disorganized. This time I wouldn't expect a very strong tornado with this, but still obviously to be taken seriously. Still, he's certainly chasing an area that has the potential to produce. Go ahead and go back to the stream and see what we're getting here. I did also just see that the tornado warning did expire on the storm in Arkansas, which is honestly probably better to see because that storm was looking a little bit problematic, moving into a more populated area. So there is no tornado warning with that storm, so we're going to not cover that one for the time being. Stick with this storm in Iowa. Once again, we do have storms starting to now develop in Illinois, which is the most high-risk area. But here we're seeing that potential exists for this to still maybe produce something. But it's not the strongest storm I've ever seen. But here you can definitely start to see in this area potential for a funnel cloud developing with this. So it does still carry a tornado warning around this area, and could certainly produce. You can see it's a fairly rural area, so that's the good news, but still anyone in the path obviously needs to be taking their tornado precautions at this time. So once again, this is around Melbourne, Iowa, so we do have a tornado warning occurring with this, so keep that in mind. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go back to radar now and just leave it at that. Okay, we are back online. A tornado warning has just been issued on the southernmost storm just north of Macomb in Illinois. So this is an area that is definitely at a high risk of a stronger tornado, so we'll certainly be following this now. This just was issued just a moment ago, so let's go ahead and zoom in on this one. Let's first check out what this tornado warning is indicating, whether this is confirmed or not by a spotter, because it's not looking super robust on radar, but this has been confirmed. No, just radar indicated. Still though, still to be taken quite seriously. Let's go ahead and have a look at where the likely location of this tornado is. Yes, that's definitely some rotation developing right there. We'll be looking for the tornado right in this area right here. So that's right around Roseville, Illinois. Likely tornado developing, moving to the northeast. So yeah, definitely we're starting to see some rotation there. You can see that blue against the green. If we go ahead and go to the relative velocity, we'll get a better idea. Yeah, there we go. So gives you a better idea of where we're seeing that coupled there, just to the west of Roseville, Illinois. We'll be moving towards Galesburg, which is quite concerning considering that is a larger population. Hopefully it ends up missing Galesburg, but still, if you're in Monmouth, if you're really in anywhere in this warning area, now is the time to be getting into your tornado safe place, basically. It could be the most interior room in a building, or if you have a basement, even better, get in there. But if you don't have a basement, most interior room, the furthest away from the exterior walls, and a bathtub if possible, and be prepared for the potential for a tornado, because this area does have the potential, regardless of whether the storm looks like it's substantial or not on radar. Still will be taken very seriously. So we'll see. I think we might have a chaser on this one that we can switch to in just a moment here. I'm just going to have to check on this in just a moment here to see exactly where these chasers are right now. Okay, we have one that might be on this. So, gentleman around Good Hope is fairly close to the storm. Okay, so there's not much to see right now in this gentleman's stream, but there's definitely the potential for a tornado in this. Okay, I'll go ahead and switch back to this live stream you have. He's now likely on this tornado warned storm. Go ahead and switch over to this. Apologize, the quality may be a little bit low here just due to the road network in that area. Go ahead and make that full screen. There we go. So once again, this could be a potential tornado in this area that we're seeing here live. See if we can get some sound on this actually. Yeah, okay, we do have some sound.
I started heading north on 67 to see what this would do, and then it went orange. can't see a base yet. Yeah, starting to see some of it now. And there goes Brett.
Okay, once again, so right now we are looking at a chaser that's chasing this storm that does have a tornado warning right now around Roseville, Illinois. So this is a live stream. What he's seeing here, we'll see where we can get a general idea of where this tornado would be right now. Yes, we're definitely seeing some rotation there. So, that's weird. I did that. Apologies. So we're definitely seeing some rotation in that, which could definitely be indicating a possible tornado just north of Roseville. So, Fort Galesburg needs to be on high alert for this as it is moving towards you. So areas around Galesburg, Illinois, fortunately, you need to be getting ready to be going into your tornado safety places right now. Once again, that would be your basement, or if you don't have a basement, the most interior room of the building you're in. And we'll see here, he's getting definitely under the base of this storm now, so we'll see what we're able to see going forward here. Okay, as you guys can see, this gentleman here is getting right under this storm. Once again, this is this tornado warned storm just north of Roseville, Illinois, which does appear to have the highest tornado risk at the moment. Definitely seeing substantial lowering under this storm, and rotation is showing up on radar. So certainly the potential is there. Looks like he's going to be going north from here. I think he's taking an eastbound road actually. It's hard to see from the quality of the video, but yeah, I think he's driving. Yeah, eastbound will be right along the. Oh no, so he's turning east in just a moment here. He'll be driving eastbound along this once again. Not sure exactly his location, but this tornado would likely be just north of Roseville, which he's very close to at this time. He's getting underneath this storm. I'm just checking on the velocities right now. The most likely location for this tornado would be just to the southeast of Monmouth, which is just to the northeast of Roseville. Kind of, yeah, it looks like it might be rain wrapped, honestly, but we'll see. We're certainly getting a view of this at this time. See if there's any other chasers that are on this storm as well. I believe I found another stream here. Let's go ahead and switch back here. So this chaser is also right on this storm. Okay, we're going back to another storm here. Unfortunately, Piers, Jonesboro is being hit by a tornado right now. Possibly not good. We're going to abandon this storm we've been tracking here to go and track what's been going on with that storm, unfortunately. So we'll go ahead and switch back. That tornado warning is reissued. Jonesboro, fortunately, is right in the middle of this, as you can see. So not what you ever want to see, of course, is a potential tornado moving through a heavily populated area. But right now, Jonesboro, anyone in the Jonesboro area, actually just to the northeast of Jonesboro now. Jonesboro was just hit. You need to be in your safe place right now at this time. So, fortunately, that's what we're looking at right now. make this full screen. You can see pretty much confirmed tornado. Let's see if there's any pictures we can show of this potential tornado here. That's just hit Jonesboro. Yes, it did hit Jonesboro. Bad tornado. I did warn about this one previously, but unfortunately, it appears it did some damage. Did some substantial damage, actually, so I'll go ahead and switch over to Twitter here. We're keeping this on screen. Anyone in this area, destructive tornado moving through. See, this is what the damage was in Jonesboro. So, very, very serious tornado just hit Jonesboro in that storm we were tracking. Hopefully there's no loss of life that's already occurred, but let's go ahead and see. Let's hope that everyone was safe in Jonesboro. Okay, reports still haven't come through on that. Once again, that's the strength of that tornado that just hit Jonesboro. See, it's definitely kicked up a lot of debris. That's that storm we're watching right now. Very serious outbreak going on right now. Okay, we do have video of this tornado that occurred. So this is not live. This occurred maybe a few minutes ago with this. It's like about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago.
Of that wall cloud coming in. Once again, if you're in the Jonesboro area, if you're in Valley View, we need you to be in your tornado spot now. Brooklyn, you've got a few minutes. Jonesboro. I'll tell you what's concerning me a little bit, guys, is this is starting to nudge a little bit to the right, what we would call right hooking.
Watching this baseline, you can probably
We'll skip until when this was on the ground, but this did produce.
I'm with you. This thing may produce pretty quickly.
So right here is where
Look at that rapid motion there on the edge of that
I want you
cloud.
I want us to stay on that Skycam, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use radar to tell you where this is. The greatest rotation right now is passing between Valley View and Craighead Forest Park. It's very close to Keller's Chapel Road. It's getting very close to 141. It's going to be crossing, the rotation is going to be crossing over Interstate 555. Once again, not a tornado yet, we don't think, because we do have an eye on it. There's Zach pointing out the area that we're talking about. This is coming straight up 49, and this is going to be crossing over 55. If this thing produces a tornado, this is going to be right in the center of Jonesboro. Now, we've got a camera on this. Zach is pointing it out. Zach is spot on with this in that, let me look at the radar back here. This has crossed over 55 now. It's crossed over 55, the rotation is. If there's anything there, we're going to be able to see it on that camera. We're going to look for power flashes. We're going to look for things like that that would be indicated of a tornado. What we need right now is everybody to be in their tornado safe spot. This is going across 55, coming right into the heart of town. It's going to be coming right near the mall at Turtle Creek here.
Being lofted in the air. There it is, right there. Zoom in. Can you zoom in on that, guys? We have a confirmed tornado in Jonesboro. So if you're in the Jonesboro city limits, get into your safe spot. This is real time. This is a tornado on the ground inside Jonesboro, Arkansas. Guys, I need you in your safe spot. If you don't know what that is, it's a room where windows and walls do not go outside. So a closet, a bathroom. Get in the tub, cover yourself with blankets or helmets. This tornado is on the ground, and it is just continuing to strengthen.
This is south
power
of,
flashes
right
right
there
there.
on Highland Drive. This is that bank right there. That's the bank on Highland Drive. This is going across.
Okay, there's power flash.
Right
We've
there
got debris
near
in
that
the air.
shopping
Hey guys,
center.
hold on just a second.
Oh, wow.
Hold on just a second. Let's not talk over each other. I want to tell these people. Zach's going to continue to point this out. This right now is picking up debris. That what you see in the foreground, that is the Regions Bank building, I believe. Let's continue, guys. This is a very life-threatening situation right now. We need everybody up around Hilltop to get in your tornado safe spot immediately. Get
More
in your
power
tornado
flashes.
safe spot anywhere in Jonesboro. Sage Meadows, get in your tornado safe spot. We need everybody from the university. This is going to be coming extremely close to Arkansas State University. Zach, can you make out what up some of these places are there? There's the stadium lights right there.
Yes, yeah. So that's the baseball field right below me. So this is moving towards Red Wolf. If you know anybody on Red Wolf right now, they are in danger. This is debris being lofted in the air. This is businesses. This is homes south
This
of
is
Highland.
crossing over Red Wolf right now.
So there's Red
Good
Wolf
grief,
right
look
there.
how many
The
people
lights
are
right
out there.
There's the overpass. This is going back down towards the mall, Chick-fil-A, crossing near Tacos for Life, that area right now. And it's moving on Highland. So that new construction zone on the east side of town where they're building the new overpass over the railroads, that's where this is heading. And this is a major tornado. I need everyone in their safe spot immediately, even if you're not in Jonesboro. Brooklyn, maybe even Lake City. I'm not sure on the trajectory of this, but I need you in your safe spot right now. This is a major tornado on the ground. Look at the size of that debris being lofted. These are very extremely strong winds as more power flashes just continue to light up there as this continues to move across now the eastern portions of Jonesboro. This is as dire of a situation as we can
Zach.
have. Yes, sir.
We may have just lost this camera.
Did we lose the camera? It's moving still over here. And there it goes. I think we did just lose the camera.
Zach, I'm not sure if you can hear me right now.
I can
you
hear you,
me?
Ryan.
Okay, this is bad. We need everybody. Brooklyn, I want to warn people upstream now. I'm losing your connection some here now, but I need everybody from the NEA Baptist area. I'm starting to lose some of the data here, but this is coming up near Hilltop right now. You're looking at the last screen grab that we had of this storm.
Guys, let's go
this
to NEA
is going
Baptist.
to be
Okay, you did. We still have the feed live at NEA
okay.
Baptist,
So it's going
Ryan.
to be passing. That's NEA Baptist right now. Okay, so this is going to be passing south. Zoom out if you don't mind, guys, so I can get a reference point. This looks like it's going to go south of NEA Baptist. Everybody in Brooklyn. Brooklyn, we need you in your tornado safe spot immediately. Get as many walls in between you and the outside that you possibly can. If you have family anywhere from Hilltop to Brooklyn, make sure that they are in their tornado safe spot. Call them now. Make sure that they know this. This is going to continue moving toward Highway 49. Everybody from Sage Meadows to Brooklyn. There are a lot of new houses through there. Have we lost that feed also?
It just came back. It's going to flash
It's-
a little and it
yeah.
will come right back.
I don't know, Ryan, maybe you can answer this question. It's on top of the hospital, so I assume if the power does go down, once the generators come back, we might still keep this camera online to do what they can to take cover east side of Highway 49 and move up towards the Carriage Hills. I think the way it's moving is that it's going to be very close to Carriage Hills over the next 15, 20 minutes.
And if you're in Paragould, you're not going to see this come in now.
No.
The rain is coming into Paragould right now, and it's really hard to see from AMMC back towards the south. So if you're in Paragould, you need to be in a safe spot now.
Right, and that's why we've moved back to radar. As long as we had that tornado on camera, we were going to keep it on just because it was in real time. But we've lost that camera, and there's heavy rain in Paragould, so we can't see it. So that's why we're back to radar, and that's why we're still watching this area.
as we're seeing this storm heading towards Galesburg, unfortunately has very strong rotation. This is this storm that we're watching live on this stream. Go ahead and make that visible as well. But pretty clear, defined rotation there. I believe that is the area we're seeing right there, which has the potential for a very strong tornado, which could be developing any moment. Seeing tight rotation around Galesburg. Everyone in Galesburg needs to be in their safe place right now. This is an area I've chased personally, and I know there's a lot of people that live in Galesburg and the surrounding areas. You need to be in your safe place now. This is not a good situation right now. A tornado could be occurring right now.
That's from Jesse Risley. He's talking to the weather service. This goes around, and actually, this is going to follow the road. It goes northeast. That's it. Ain't a thing back behind it either. Not a thing. Not a thing in Iowa either.
this real quick. I think you're gonna have a tornado soon. There's that right there. You got something back there now. Turn the screen. You got something back there now.
Alright, we're going to switch from this one very briefly here. Obviously the potential is there for this to produce at any moment. We're going to go ahead and go back to the Jonesboro storm in Tennessee that fortunately did produce a tornado in the city that did some substantial damage. So go ahead and switch over to that now. We're just getting some images of damage that was caused from that storm, which I believe still has a tornado warning at this time. Okay, we'll go ahead and switch over now. Okay, so we're seeing some more video of that tornado which occurred. That was as it was hitting Jonesboro. We did also see some damage. Just trying to find the damage that I saw here. Apologize, I believe there we go. Now we're starting to see the level of devastation from this storm. So this is certainly a situation this outbreak is not to be taken lightly, as you can see from the substantial damage that occurred in Jonesboro from that storm we were tracking. Got some more pictures here, yeah. Substantial damage. And that storm produced that tornado very rapidly. Went from having nothing on the ground to an incredibly strong tornado in just moments. So fortunately, this is the kind of outbreak we're dealing with today. So let's go back to this storm we've been tracking in Illinois now.
Sorry. Stop. Physically.
I'm going to.
There we go. Cool. That's all. Yeah, it's cold though, man. It's cold out here. There it is.
Motion right there.
Here in front of the car.
Yep.
Yep, right. Tornado sirens. All right. No, but it's converging. Huge convergence right in front of the car. All right, bye. Huge convergence. Hey, get out and look right to left right here. Right and then
right
left.
above us is left to right, and then right and left over there. We're underneath the mezzo. We're going 360 left to right motion right here, right above us. It's trying to wrap.
There it is. Bolts forming right here. It's trying to come together because look on the back side here. RFD surge. That's where I'm looking.
Cut RFD.
This might be the time if it's going to produce a tornado it's going to produce. Or it ain't going to produce at all.
Let's see the spot.
Huh? Look at rapid motion coming in. It's right here.
That's what I'm saying. It's like right here.
Man, it just seems elevated.
Serious RFD cut punching in. It's the wrong angle of attack though.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it come at us more and wrap it in. It's just punching into the rotation.
Dude, look at your train behind us.
I know.
Holy smokes.
It's coming in quick, but it's like the RFD's punching at a weird angle.
Good God, it's cold right there.
Hey, look at radar, bro.
Inflow tails.
Road right there. See the ball?
Mm-hmm. This is elevated.
Yeah.
It's really high right now.
It was low for a moment there, but then it goes. Now I see something lower in the behind.
Yeah, right up. Yeah.
Shadow, Brett, you see that?
Yeah, right there.
There's a lowering behind the shadow. Maybe a tornado. You can see it?
It's trying to finger. It's got fingers on the front. It's got fingers on the front end of it. It actually might. Here, there you go.
Just keep watching it. I mean, it ain't gonna hurt.
Wasn't it good looking?
It's still awful chilly outside.
I know. Like really, really chilly. /64 out of Peoria is starting to feed up though. Oh.
Next cells.
Oh, you want me to roll it up or you good?
You can walk for a minute.
to our south
Smocking.
is getting about as good as the top sun was.
If you look at sunlight, you see what's growing.
Yeah.
Why are you going so slow in front of us? Really? You got a group of 4 people in front of us. Yeah. They're watching the stream.
Okay, so once again, we're still tracking these storms around Illinois here on our radar. On our radar streaming, I have a couple videos here. Still confirmed tornado from that storm around Jonesboro. See if I can get any images of that particular storm here while we're waiting for things to develop here. Alright, so they're getting underneath this storm now in around Watauga, Illinois. Go ahead and switch back to the activity here. Definitely a little hook echo on that storm. It's not the most impressive on radar, but you know, as we've seen today, sometimes they don't need to be most impressive to produce. So just gonna let this stream run for now.
Near Oneida, we've had some wall clouds, a little bit of rotation with this system. However, it's been lifting. The air up here to the north and east of Macomb is rather cool. So we may be moving on the other side of the boundary. It's in the low 60s, and these storms just don't seem to be able to root to the surface. So we've seen wall clouds spin around and cold rain wrap around them, and then they kind of choke them off. So we've seen that from time to time over the last hour.
We got 60. I got 2 points in the low 60s there, but 60 over 62, or 62 over 60. It looks like it's from here from time to time. It got pretty low there. What road are you on, by the way? What are we looking at?
Dave, we're just on the west side of Highway Highway US 34 here. Now we're just west of Altoona. Just got off the highway here to take a look at this storm.
Yeah. A little bit north of there, you can see there's an outflow that's on the, it's producing some wind there. It looks like south and east of Cambridge. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for that. And again, watching the rest of the area down to your south and southwest. I know you were talking about those storms, and we'll be watching those with you. You're on this great air. So following us now, and we'll talk about that. Let's go back down to
All right, what were we talking
That
about?
was a swirl.
Just came across.
Probably gust.
Oh, right here, look. Holy crap.
Yeah.
It's sinking like really, really rapidly.
I think it was a gustnado.
You want me to point the camera that way?
Nuh-uh.
Okay.
Hold on.
That was a little gustado.
It's surging in right there.
That's where the upward motion is.
That was weird. I saw a little swirl come across the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, look. The birds are sucked into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that cell down there looks
Upward motion directly in front of us above
it
that
is
windmill.
cold. That is cold. I feel like we're north of the boundary. Am I wrong?
Hold on. I'm looking. I feel like they were close.
And you can see the
Oh, upward motion big time right
Yeah,
here.
that's what I was pointing out.
See it on the
I
right?
can see it. Yeah. It's spinning right to left.
I mean, we are in the area.
Hard right here. Big surge on the last one.
What is it?
I see it back there in the rain. It keeps doing that, though. I mean, I don't see a lot of evidence of rotation now.
Right.
Uh-oh. Or do I?
The birds are caught up in it right there, directly underneath the upward motion.
Right to left is weird motion right there, considering we're looking west, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would think it would be moving rapidly off to the left or right. What's that hanging down to the right-hand side? Just on a picnic for a moment.
Yeah, I did too.
Rain curtain over here.
Spinning right there.
Yeah. He's pulling off little bitty spinners that come across mid-levels.
You want to stay put right here?
Assess the other storm, if you will.
I got traffic coming up behind me.
You can pull across if you want.
Across the road, yeah. Man, it just doesn't look good. The other storm to me is the one that we need to go get. Let's go get it.
Isn't that like towards getting down to Jonesboro?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I probably have to go there tonight.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Unless Finger shows up.
If he does. Which he probably will be if he does.
They expired the tornado warning.
Surprise.
Cone funnel with rapid rotation at 544.
That's what we see.
Developing tornado near Oneida. Occluded. Did not touch down. Rapid rotation and cone funnel.
Still got rapid
I
rotation.
know that ain't what he was talking about. That was back that way.
There's another horizontal funnel.
I know. That's what keeps making me wonder.
This is like rapidly rising right to your left for some reason. Right there at
Oh,
Dark
yeah.
Cloud.
Hey,
That's kind of weird.
right there.
Like this little column right here.
Straight ahead.
Like just straight left.
Right there.
I don't know what that is. But there's something right to the left. This is a weird storm. It's just very disorganized.
What the hell is that right there on the ground in front of us?
I don't know. That's
That's
birds. That's birds.
Go that way.
That's weird.
Go straight ahead.
That's what you seen earlier that was swirling, was birds.
That's nuts.
That is crazy.
Okay, so you're seeing we're having some intermittent issues with these streams here. However, that tornado warning has expired now in Illinois, so we're going to go back to that one in Arkansas. This is kind of outside of the area I was thinking we were going to be covering, but a dangerous storm that produced that strong tornado, we still see the tornado warning with that. We'll go ahead and close that stream for now. So no tornado warning for that anymore. Still have this tornado warning for this dangerous storm that did produce a tornado which hit Jonesboro, so we saw substantial damage as it rolled through Jonesboro. Obviously now it's off to the northeast now. Still seeing a tornado warning with that. It was definitely a cyclic supercell, so we saw strong rotation. You can see actually with this weather did confirm a tornado with this as it moved northeast of Jonesboro. So certainly hope everyone was okay in the path of that violent storm. It still has a tornado warning. The tornado appears a little bit less likely now, but certainly it's a cyclic supercell, so we've seen it cycle and then come back. Seems like it's getting a little disorganized with all these other storms that it's fighting over for energy, but yeah, as we saw, that one didn't quite have what it took. I'm sorry, the one in Illinois didn't have what it took, so I meant. But so we have another shot of this tornado which developed rapidly in Jonesboro, so we'll go ahead and bring that up. So once again, this is not live, but this is what occurred in Jonesboro just maybe 30 minutes ago. Substantial damage. This probably was an EF3 to EF4 tornado, which just developed rapidly. So we're going to see it here. This is a different view than we saw before, which was from one of the local weather stations in the area. This is why, there you can see the tornado right there, just rapidly develops. And then watch this, so it goes from that back onto the ground, and just watch how quickly it intensifies from that rope tornado up to a very, very strong, almost like a stovepipe or possibly a wedge. Look at that. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable footage. So that is what we've been dealing with today. It's just crazy footage coming out, from that particular storm. You can see the rain moving in as the RFD just hammers this area. So incredible how quickly that tornado developed. Absolutely incredible. And we'll load up one of the other videos we have there. Once again, that was other footage we had of that incredibly violent tornado which occurred today. Just unbelievable. So we were watching this before it produced. We went back to Illinois to check on some of the other storms, and that's how quickly this escalated from being a storm that had lower and weaker rotation to suddenly, as soon as it moved over Jonesboro, we saw this occur. So just goes to show that these storms are being taken very seriously, because the situation can change extremely quickly, as we saw with this cell. Absolutely unbelievable footage. Absolutely unbelievable.
It goes down along the tracks to get to I-555 and Highway 18. This is where that tornado is, and it is about to move right towards Highway 49 and cross the highway to potentially run right along the highway. So if you live in So you go to Farville Curve, you turn left towards Gamble, you go across the tracks, and then you take that road to the right that goes down along.
Here we see more of the unfortunate damage which occurred with this tornado. You can see substantial damage. So really hope there wasn't loss of life here with how quickly this tornado formed. But that's why these storms are to be taken seriously. They can go from just completely elevated, nothing on the ground, to a strong to violent tornado in just seconds, which is what we saw, unfortunately, in Jonesboro today. We saw just how quickly, things can go from, a storm that, people are keeping an eye on to, obviously a very devastating, very powerful tornado. And unfortunately, that is what occurred in Jonesboro today. So we'll get back to the current situation and track some of these other storms that are occurring. Okay, so this is not looking good on this storm now. We're seeing a lot more pronounced rotation with this relatively small storm here around heading towards Anawan, Illinois. So this is likely a tornado occurring right now. Definitely quite a bit more substantial rotation than we've seen with this system that we've been watching. So that just goes to show that this is kind of skip through some of those radar scans there. You can see the rotation has gotten more intense in that area. So for that reason, we do have a tornado warning at this time. So now what we're going to do is just get away from that. We're going to see if we have anyone on this one, because we did have a couple little chasers available to pull video from. Okay, this gentleman here is quite close to this. They're heading towards this storm right now. Okay, so this storm here, once again, another potentially confirmed tornado. See a cluster of tornado warnings with this system. See if I can turn off the warnings just so I can see the cups a little better. But right in here, same storm system that produced that violent tornado around Jonesboro. Once again, apparently this was apparently confirmed by a weather spotter. We have tornado warnings covering this entire area, though. I'm sure it's probably the kind of thing where they just want to, kind of be more careful. I think these are probably going to expire, yeah. So those are outdated. Really, it's this area we're watching, that area right there. So that is still ongoing. Honestly, it's looking like in Illinois, we're not going to see the extent of an outbreak as originally was predicted. So still be keeping a close eye on it, but this time I just looked at some of the models, and it's looking like Iowa. There's still some potential for tornadoes, but in Illinois itself, there's not huge potential. It just doesn't seem to be enough storm initiation which occurred with those storms. So as a result, there just wasn't. So far, we aren't seeing very many, and it's looking like that may continue. I'll go over and check some of the forecasting tools and see how that situation's changed here. Still something to keep a close eye on, because obviously this can change by the minute, as we've seen today. We go ahead and go to the composite reflectivity, since the limiting factor today seems to be just where the storms are initiating. And you can see we're not seeing a lot going on in Illinois in this latest model. So fortunately, well, I guess fortunate for people in Illinois, but fortunately for storm chasers, it doesn't seem like there'll be a lot developing. See the potential for maybe a couple cells here, which would definitely be very concerning. Yeah, still some potential for a tornado with those as well. We'll probably keep this stream going, but certainly not looking like it's going to be as widespread of an event. You can see by these forecast models, it's looking like we'll get maybe one or two more storms developing with tornado risk, but it's not looking like the widespread event that we were seeing leading up to this. Some of these storms could maybe do it, but I don't know, it's just so far behind the cold front. Well, I guess it has potential. We'll see. Let's look at the temperature here and see, because once the cold front passes, it's a lot more unlikely to see anything. So, well, no, I guess there's still potential. Yeah, there's still potential with those cells leading up until right there. So yeah, there's still a risk for any of those cells. They're just not looking like they're going to be as well organized as it was predicted. So still some potential, but it's just not looking like it's going to be the same extent of an outbreak as it was predicted to be in Illinois. Let's go ahead and go to the supercell composite. You see what I mean, though. It's not as substantial as it was before. I'll still go back and keep this stream going just in case. Okay, like I said, in Illinois, we're not seeing extremely high tornado risks at the moment, but the storm apparently has a confirmed tornado in Iowa, which is heading towards Independence, Iowa. So anywhere in these areas needs to be on high alert. See if we can get any streams here of this storm. Let's see here. We don't have any streams we can pull from here. But once again, this apparently has been confirmed by weather spotters, so certainly should be taking your tornado safety precautions at this time. So Independence, Iowa, basically to the east of Waterloo, Manchester, Iowa, Strawberry Point. Definitely need to be getting into your safe places right now because this is moving through. So seeing some very large hail in this, so there could be some damaging hail occurring in these areas. So certainly need to be taking this serious. If we go switch over to the velocity, we are seeing rotation there. Unfortunately, the location of this storm is making it hard to be able to see due to all this noise in the radar, but we are seeing some velocity there and there. So certainly there is definitely the potential for a tornado within this storm. I'd say personally, I would say this is a little bit higher risk, but certainly in there, completely rain wrapped, which apparently it was a rain wrapped tornado by their forecast. Go ahead and switch over to this here. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. So that is confirmed on that storm. Certainly, if you were in the path of that storm, getting into your safe place now. Okay, it does appear we have some photos coming in of this storm here, so we'll go ahead and split the view here. So there we can see one of the photos of that tornado as it was developing. So that's that storm that we're watching on radar there. It was 11 minutes ago. I had a confirmed report. We'll see what other information we're able to gather here. It appears that's the only photo we have right now. But still, that's the tornado that occurred with this storm, and it does have a tornado warning right now. And apparently still is on the ground, so definitely be watching this one closely. Okay, a new tornado warning has just been issued in Illinois. I believe we do have a chaser on this storm. Another storm in Iowa has a confirmed tornado. This one's still the early stages of developing, but let's just have a look at this warning here. So let's have a look at this warning here. So let's see if this is confirmed by a spotter. No, radar indicated, but still to be taken quite seriously, as it could be producing any moment here. If it has a indicated rotation, let's see on that. Yeah, definitely some rotation in there. It's going to turn off the storm tracks for now. But right in here, definitely see some rotation right there in that area, which is of course right where you would expect a tornado to develop with this sort of a storm. So that's what we're concerned about. Now I do believe we have some streams we can go to for this. Okay, yes, I do have a stream we can pull from at this time. So we'll go ahead and do a split view between that and the radar. Alright, so this is the storm we're looking at now. So it does have a tornado warning, still in the early stages of forming, but the environment it's in is quite conducive, so it could certainly produce. So as you can see, just underneath here, starting to see a bit of a wall cloud developing. And it doesn't look like it's going to be a very elevated storm, so that increases the likelihood that somewhere along this wall cloud, tornado could develop with this storm. So certainly one we're going to be watching very closely here as these chasers track it, and we track it on radar here. Okay, so if you're in Monmouth, Illinois, fortunately this area was just hit by some severe weather, but there's another round of storms heading your way, so definitely need to be prepared, as this could definitely produce a tornado. Kirkwood as well, Stronghurst, you're also under this tornado warning. Galesburg is quite close to it as well, so Galesburg definitely be on high alert for this storm. It's likely to miss you, however, if it takes more of an eastbound turn, it could definitely hit Galesburg. Okay, so this storm is quite weak. However, it is already showing a bit of a hook echo. It's a small storm, but as we were seeing there, we do see a wall cloud on this video here, so it could definitely be producing a tornado from here. Doesn't appear to be on the ground right now from what we're seeing, but at any time that could likely touch down. So as we're seeing there, you know, the connection may be a little bit iffy with this because obviously it's in quite a rural area, but there we can see in this area here a bit of a wall cloud developing with this tornado warned storm. Could easily produce any moment here. It's a small storm, but you know, as we've seen today, sometimes you know, we need a gigantic storm to get a tornado forming from inside of it. So definitely be watching this one closely. If you're in the path of the storm, I would definitely be getting your safe place, which does include Monmouth, Illinois, Kirkwood, Illinois, and up towards Galesburg needs to be on alert for this. Unfortunately, it looks like we may be losing connection here, but we'll keep with this as long as we can. Okay, the storm in Illinois, though small, is still looking quite robust, so let's go ahead and switch back to that one. Alright, so I'm going to be showing a video here of the current situation with this storm. Or as soon as I load it up, it's going to freeze, but see here, definitely a bit of a lowering right there. And there's still some rotation showing up. That's just skipped up. See if we can get that back. Okay, so he's definitely pretty close to where the potential tornado would be. It's just ahead of this storm. Not the greatest quality, but we'll stay with this. Could definitely be a tornado occurring with this one. This video might not look like much. This guy is very, very close to where the likely tornado would be. See if we can get any other one. I think I saw one that was right beside this guy. I'm pretty sure this chaser is driving directly away from the storm right now, so I'm not really going to be able to get much of a visual, but he's in the North Henderson area, which is right where the tornado would likely be. So he is very close to where this potential tornado is. Driving away from it, I believe, which is why we're not seeing any structure in this video whatsoever. Okay, so we can see this gentleman's getting right into the storm here. It's probably right underneath the mesocyclone, so might be being a little bit too aggressive here. This video doesn't look like much, but he's in North Henderson, right underneath this storm. I believe the tornado is confirmed in any way, but let's have a look here. It's not been confirmed on the ground, however, could produce at any moment. Not the absolute strongest storm I've ever seen, but definitely starting to see more pronounced rotation within this storm. See, with the amount of trees, he's probably not going to be able to get a great visual on it, though, even if it does produce. So we'll switch back to the other stream here. It appears we're losing this one. This guy's just a little bit further ahead, and wow, okay, yeah, now you can start to see the wall cloud there. This one could definitely do it. It's not the most impressive storm I've ever seen, like I said, but potential is definitely there for this to produce a tornado. As you can tell, it's not super elevated, so right under here, you can definitely see a tornado developing. If you are in the path of these storms, now is the time to be getting into your safe place. Once again, this is heading towards Woodhull, Illinois, Alpha, Illinois, Rio, Illinois. It's just to the north of North Henderson, moving northeast. And it does currently have a tornado warning.
maybe you can see some more yellow.
They're still moving about 41.
This road we can be on.
Yep.
Vehicle stopped on the right up there, maybe.
Probably going to see a lot of that when we get up here. Or idiots driving with their flashers on either one.
Why we're slow down.
If I was doing that. Yeah, if you had been. But I'm not. Come on, update my position here. That's not where we are. Got a good inflow coming in over here on the right. Hang on. What was that?
Yeah, we're in this area until 8:15 Central Time. Out of the one north of us, or where we are.
We're not in it yet. This lighting's got my vision all jacked up. I can't tell what's what.
That's nice small cloud.
It's large. Yeah. I'll take you right up until we get to the point where it gets us. we're gonna go in some trees. That's how it always works.
Havoc crossing us
About 14 miles. Oh, we're good past these trees. Chaser Convergence off the side road over there.
the one north of us.
Okay, so the northern area of the storm just had another tornado warning issued. A lot more robust. We're going to see if we can find a chaser on this most northern storm. Right around Alpha, Illinois, Woodhull, starting to see a lot more pronounced rotation as this storm becomes a lot more organized. So definitely should be expecting a tornado with this one. Be on the ground at this time. I'm just going to see if we can get a video from that particular area. Okay, yes, we have a couple in Alpha here that are right in the heart of this, so we'll go ahead and see if we can show what they're seeing on the ground.
See it? It looks like it's pushing instead of rapping. Yep. This stuff is trash.
Okay, unfortunately there's not too much we can see in these videos. I'm going to keep switching back and forth, see if we can get a visual on what's going on in this storm.
What's that? I don't know. Not long.
Okay, so we're unlikely to be able to see this on this stream, but stay with it here, see if that changes. See, it is looking a lot more potentially serious here.
Right up here, I mean, in Princeton over here on the interstate, the winds turn east-southeast. 64 over Peru. Peru.
I see it, yeah.
And it's going to go straight after that, yeah.
Do I turn left right there where them cars were turning? Pretty much, yeah. Okay.
I mean, my fear is that the sand's going to build in, and this is going to eventually evaporate. Maybe. Or either it just gets forced.
No, wait, no.
Which way?
To the right. To the right. right. You follow the curve
Right, and
sorry.
it curves it. That's a different
That's
road.
the farm road back there.
Man, I tell you, this is
You should be able to see the other one down on the right hand side.
garbage.
Yeah, right there. It's like a rain shower, very heavy rain shower.
That's what it is.
It's about to put down a monster tornado. How far east do you think we should go till we go north?
Over the top line right here.
Yep, I see it coming.
Look at that.
Yeah. Let's go. Probably good. Tornado. How far east do you think we should go till we go north?
Over the top line right here.
Yep, I see it coming.
Look at that.
Yeah. Let's go. Probably good. I scanned holy. Let me know if there's any curves or anything coming.
Okay, so as of now, I would describe this as a radar confirmed tornado. Very, very substantial rotation showing up, and now we're starting to finally get a visual on this stream we're watching here. Definitely, if you're in the path of the storm, you need to be into your safe place now. This is likely producing a tornado right now. It's heading towards Cambridge, Illinois. So if you're in Cambridge, you need to be in your safe place right now. Move forward from that. Atkinson, Illinois, also in the path of this. Geneseo, apologize for mispronouncing that. You're also arguably in the path of this. Anawan, Illinois, and then further east from there, definitely at risk as well. But this could definitely be producing a tornado right now, and it's looking like it could be fairly strong, judging by the substantial signature we're seeing on radar. Just going to look here. Yeah, we're seeing 75 plus mile per hour winds just showing up on this here. One direction, well above 30 miles an hour the other direction. So within the tornado itself, could be substantially higher than that. We're going to stay with this stream as long as we can, but might lose this here in a moment. But they're getting right underneath this. They're very close to where this tornado would be.
Where?
For the where that house is on curve right.
So where that little green thing is?
Yeah.
Try not to go too fast with this.
He's gonna try to come out that back side there.
the house. It's just a big funnel. Wait. You see that, Alex? Oh, yeah. Big funnel. Big funnel.
It's starting.
It's starting. It's almost to the ground.
Almost.
It might have just went down. I saw it ramping up towards the ground. Ooh, what's she doing?
Less like a funnel.
Yeah, now it's starting to look, looks like it's... Wait.
Wait.
I think it's going down.
I think you're right.
for sure. We're starting to get the precip. Either that or it's handing off here to the left. Oh, it's handing off right here. That funnel dissipated, new circulation. I'll have to look back at the footage to see if it's on the ground, but it was pretty damn close. Where it wants to rotate for sure, then it'll be solid. Right now it's indicating the tightest part of the rotation is crossing the road to the north. Yeah, this is the road that's like dog leg. Somebody reported a tornado. Somebody did report a tornado? Yeah, well, then that's what we saw. It was a tornado. Oh, wait, backside. Starting to fade. That's not going to be where it's at. The main circulation's off to the north and east right now. Dollar General. There was a tornado, it dissipated. Oh my god. Probably, no, it's probably got a little time. I was going to say it's going to cross the warm front soon, but no, it's not. Okay, this guy is going to fucking slow us down. Plus, when I show people, I'm essentially turning on the light bars. It's got a big one. I can't get past this guy, and he's going too slow. We're gonna lose it at this rate. And people are blocking the road up here. What the hell? All right, where are we going, Alex? We need to make a decision soon. We need to, because we're gonna lose it at this rate. And of course, we're on a road filled with chasers right now. It's about to cross I-80 by the looks of it.
Okay, so this is the chaser that's the closest to this storm right now. As you can see, visibility is not the best right now, but we're seeing that this likely does have a tornado just to the northeast of Cambridge, which is where this chaser is heading. We're just a little bit behind it. So I would consider that a confirmed tornado, though. So if you are in the path of this storm, definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions at this point. So we'll be watching this one closely. Apparently there's a lot of storm chaser convergence on this system, so it's a bit of a nightmare on the roads. It looks like just chasers everywhere. But we'll see. This will probably be the last storm we track for this this broadcast, but definitely the strongest storm we've seen in the Illinois area. Of course, we had that very powerful storm which produced a tornado which did significant damage in Jonesboro. But this is the first one we're seeing in Illinois, surprisingly, that seems to have very high tornado risk. We'll see if this ends up producing. We'll do an overview before we close things up, but stay with this one and see if anything ends up materializing.
I'd like to go north for, but man, these chasers are hauling. I like it. Hold on. Curve left. Yep. I don't know for a fact, might have just crossed the warm front. That could be very well possible. If that's true, it's tornado potential to win. I think the warm front was supposed to be set further north than this by now. Is this it right in front of us? Look at the wall cloud. Yeah, that's it. Right in front of us. Yeah, what'd you say, T? Stop sign's coming up. It's a giant wall cloud. What are we doing? Going right? Right. Okay. Come on, guys. You know what to do. We're all chasers here. Hammer it down. Is I don't know if the live feed was on when we got the video of the tornado. I think it was. Man, that is a classic wall cloud. What a beauty over here.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. That is about as classic as you can get. Somehow it's dark and we still have visual. CGs are popping out. Raggedy looking wall cloud. Last ditch effort for it to cycle. Last ditch effort right here. One song. Oh, what?
The CG just lit up this whole system like
Oh, maybe this is the new circulation in front of us.
yeah, this whole thing to the right.
Wait, is this a bowl funnel in front of us?
Yeah.
You see that big bowl?
I think it starts to look like something on the side.
Yeah, I see it. Is that a big... And maybe that's why these guys are going so slow.
I don't know. The lighting lit up something weird.
Dude, it's a corkscrew, a big time corkscrew. Look up.
Yeah.
Everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. Eventually, will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so
Okay, I'm back now. Not that I really left, but just going to do an overview of the current situation and what to expect going forward here. But this is where I will be closing up my stream here, just because I just realized I'm going for almost 5 hours here, and you know, certainly we've done all the covering I think that need to do on our end. So, still, if you are you know, in the Peoria area, or just to the west of Peoria, anywhere east of there, would still be on the lookout for some pretty severe weather. So just kind of draw a general area for where I would be at most. Be watching, you know, the weather the closest would be somewhere in that area, because this outbreak is not over yet. I don't want to make it seem like this outbreak is over. As you know, it could be continuing well into the night, but we won't be able to see many of these storms from here. And overall, the outbreak wasn't quite as severe as it was originally predicted. So from here, we're probably going to be closing it up here. Still a couple tornado warnings we can see. One south of Peoria to the southwest, and that same one we were watching those storm chasers chase just to the east of Davenport, which we tracked for quite some time. So once again, we'll just kind of overview here everything that occurred with this outbreak so far. Of course, the reports are going to change tomorrow as more reports come through, but we are starting to see some of the tornado watches lift behind this cold front. So I'll go ahead and bring that up on screen here. Okay, so you can see it's actually been lowered to enhanced risk now at this time, which, you know, is just because the outbreak is already kind of taken place. But very interesting to see how this outbreak panned out. Of course, we saw that incredibly strong tornado, you know, in which hit Jonesboro. So thankfully, I don't see any reports on of any fatalities occurring with that. I'll just move this over the other side of the screen, so I'm not blocking things. There you go. So thankfully, it doesn't appear that there was any fatalities with that, even any injuries reported. So we may have gotten lucky with that storm. But once again, I'll just zoom in here to make this a little easier. Some of the storms we tracked in this outbreak. Of course, you see a huge swath of tornado reports here around the Jonesboro area. You can see that was the storm there that struck Jonesboro, which did quite a bit of damage. And just to the south, there was also another tornado which occurred. And here you can see this as well. Textbook cyclic supercell. See, the storm when it first formed, that was the first early tornado warning or tornado report that we got. And then as it moved off to the northeast, a lot of tornadoes were reported with this. That's where most of the tornado reports came from, actually. So quite substantial in Iowa, actually, but surprisingly in Illinois, nothing confirmed. Now, I believe that storm we just tracked did produce, although obviously nobody was able to see it at the time that it did. Of course, still early in the outbreak for Illinois, so certainly still is some potential tornado risk. Let's see what they've changed the risk level to this time. Still 10%. It's funny though, leading up to this event, I did have a feeling further to the south was going to be a little bit more intense. We did see a lot more tornado warnings south of St. Louis in that area. Wouldn't be surprised if a few of those produced tornadoes as well, being that they kind of came from that same system that produced that absolute monster in Jonesboro. But yeah, other than that was pretty much my coverage of this severe weather event. Of course, like I said, still be on the lookout if you're in any of these areas through the night, as you know, there's the potential for tornadoes through the night, which is the most dangerous time, of course, for tornadoes, because you can't see them. You know, typically even the chasers, you know, we're only able to see them when a ton of lightning is occurring and it's lighting up the entire sky to illuminate the storm. Or, you know, you have power flashes in the case of a very strong tornado, or a tornado that's hitting, you know, a populated area. But overall, definitely was not as substantial of an event as predicted. However, we did still see, I think it was like 10 tornado reports, something like that. So still quite substantial for that area, for this early in the season. See, we do still have some tornado watches in place as this front moves through, but that's going to conclude my coverage of this severe weather event. If you did enjoy watching this, do make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, as there will be a lot more exciting content coming to this channel soon. Thank you.